maar die Sharks nou kontrakte uitdeel.
Als het bestaan, ik zou net gezegd, hulle het gemaakt, dus wacht nou net dat het opdaalt.
Ja.
Arabia.
Weet je wel van die nieuwe kousen?
Ja. Kijk, dat is wat het eerste is.
En wat ze met ons dingen zitten wachten, en dan zijn we met ons niet weer aan het
Ja.
de brengt even nog een stel weer en nog een stel kous.
Hij is ook fijn, die bakje. Poppie. Nee,
Maar my een stel, die enigste stel kous wat ek vandaag het, is so uitgeraak en die gedeelte is geskeerd. Dit is steeds
Algemeen?
Ja, jy kan zeggen wel volgens dat is nog wel zo lang hier.
Ja, ja.
Ja, dat is echt zo. Lekker dan.
Maar, skip
jy sit in hierdie toernooi soek jy graag nie.
And a warm welcome to all our viewers all over the country, all over the world. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, brought to you by SCI Rugby, SCI Broadcasting in partnership with SAPC Sports. We do have a pulsating tie here for you. It is Whitbank Rugby Club taking on the Rugby Rugby Club for the first game here, broadcasted live from the Pretoria Rugby Club. On commentary, of course, my name is Tandom Chiako. Both teams just warming up, getting ready and geared for what is going to be a very exciting weekend of Easter Rugby. It gets no better than Easter Rugby, ladies and gentlemen. We have the best clubs across the country taking on each other here in the heart of Pretoria. It is a provincial battle, if you would like to call it, this afternoon here, as we see the men from the north take on the men from inland. The men all the way from Whitbank in Mpumalanga taking on the men from the east of Johannesburg, Brakpan. Two very proud rugby clubs, I must add, pride themselves in both their tradition and the execution of their rugby. And we'll see whether both clubs are able to indeed execute here this afternoon. Looking at the lineups for both sides, starting, or rather, with the Whitbank Rugby Club. We'll start with the visitors. It's okay to welcome them into Gauteng territory. Start with them, get them welcome, feeling the vibe. And looking at the side here, it is Stefan, Lifa and Waldo at the prop positions. Loose head is Stefan, tight head is Waldo, and the hooker is Lifa. Looking at the backline does look rather interesting. That man Michael at fly half does combine very well with his inside centre as well as his outside centre, Christu and Junior respectively. And the fullback looks so exciting in P. Clarence. And the action does get underway here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. As the men from Whitbank go on first. Just to clarify the colours, because it did get me confused there, but the men from Brakpan are in the green and the white stripes, and the men from Whitbank are in the black and the purple, it seems. It gets no better, ladies and gentlemen, than Heritage Rugby. And we do get a closer look there at the men from Brakpan. A rugby side that prides themselves in that physicality that they possess. And it was evident early on during the warm-up too, that they are a side that look to dominate the ball. And it is the men from Whitbank here to get us underway here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. And it is that man, Chabajans Michael, at the flower position, looking to get us underway here. He does kick us high and very high into the Pretoria sky, I must add. Caught there very well by the Brakpan fullback. And we are underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, brought to you by SCI Rugby, as in collaboration with SABC Sport. Tries to clear there the man from Brakpan. Clearance does not get much distance, no height. And possession does still appear to be with the men from Whitbank. There's that man Lishaba looking to get underway here with a good scrum early on. Messy there at the line out, but it is eventually recovered right at the tail of the line out. Plays his big prop there. The men from Whitbank were looking to assert themselves early on in this game. They look to find the winner there, who is taken out of touch. The men from Brakpan, they're using that touchline as an extra defender. They did try to play Julian Klassen in there. The men from Brakpan looking to get a good early line out here. I think it's important to assert yourself early in the game just to show what you are bringing to opponents. And it looks like a 5-man line out from Brakpan. They look to go long and the line out is good. The men from Brakpan looking to break here. Brought down by the men from Whitbank. So the loose head prop there. Both sides playing a very technical game here early on. It is recovered there by the men from Whitbank and they look to form an attack here of their own. Well met there by the men from the east of Johannesburg. They look to attack from wide here. One pass to the other. Ball to hand is the name of the game here. Unfortunately not to hand there as the scrum half looks to find the loose head prop. Possibly looking to find touch here. The kick there by the Whitbank. Fly half is an absolutely good one. Does push the men from Brakpan back. Doesn't necessarily find touch, but is able to gain that bit of territory. Great step there and footwork by the Brakpan man. Recovers very well there from deep from Brakpan. For Brakpan rather. This Brakpan side is captained by Vernon, the loose head prop. Quite an unorthodox approach, I must add there. You don't really, it's not orthodox to have your loose head prop in a leadership role, but does, as Vernon does show, he is the type of leader that does embody what this Brakpan side does stand for. And he'll be looking to show his leadership here at the scrum. Nkuchana, that man, the scrum half from Whitbank, is a scrum half that does possess that footwork ability, likes to attack from the blind side. One certainly that the Brakpan defense rather needs to look out for. We do have jam-packed rugby action the entire weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It is the World Sport Betting Club Rugby Festival. And it is a weekend, an Easter weekend rather, of jam-packed rugby. Right in the heart of Pretoria. The sun sets here as the score is currently level between the Whitbank. We have the Whitbank Rugby Club taking on the Brakpan Rugby Club. It's nice to see the men from the north testing the Johannesburgers here. It is Nkuchana looking to feed the ball into the scrum. I must say, for a very long time, club rugby did go without contested scrums, in particular the Harlequins Woensdag Liga last year. It was very weird not being able to see that physicality that a scrum does present. So very nice to see here that physical element being brought back by the game here at club rugby level. Oh, the 13 looks to break there. That break is a good one. Beats his man, beats a second. Looks to get to the try line. Offload is unsuccessfully and is well recovered there by the man from Brakpan. Great awareness there by the scrum half to find his 13 there in the outside centre. It was that man, C.H. Nelson, with a very critical break there. Unfortunately unable to find ball to hand eventually when it counted. But it is the men from Whitbank asserting themselves here in this game early on. Nkuchana finds his fly off Chabans. Nkuchana looks to go into an area where he does not have enough space there. And yes, indeed, the hooker is out there. It is that man, Lishaba. he did have acres amount of space on his right-hand side of the pitch there. So quite unorthodox to go for that area where you do not have the numbers. Perhaps was looking for the strength that Misachana does possess. But it will be the men here from Johannesburg who will be looking to recover here with the line-out. And it is Mo at the line-out point. Line-out is a good one, well taken there by Vian. The kick there by PJ, the fly half is good. Is met, however, very well by the Whitbank 14. It is that man Ngomezulu who did recover it well there. Unfortunately, it is a turnover here, which does see the men from Johannesburg being able to prevent another impending Whitbank onslaught. Technical rugby being adopted by both sides here early on. Perhaps that creative element is what is needed in the game at this point. Very to the book rugby being played right now by both sides. It is your favorite broadcasters, SEI, in collaboration or partnership with SABC Sport. At the commentary booth, my name is Tandom Chiako. It is the World Sport Betting Club Rugby Festival. If you are just joining us, it is currently scoreless between Whitbank and Rugby. Oh, Messi there by the scrum half at the line out. Advantage to the men from Johannesburg. The battle at scrum half has been very equally contested, I must say. Both sets of forwards really asserting themselves there, pushing their opposite number. Onrich feeds it to the scrum. The scrum here by the men from Joburg is good. Onish looks to go into the blind side. Looks to kick. Fortunately, it is well recovered there again by Ngomezulu, who looks to step. Nasty turns around. It does he not? Ngomezulu always looking to dance every opportunity that he gets when he does get that ball to hand. And I think that's why it's that area that does seem to be fruitful from this Whitbank side. I think they have shown themselves when they do play local rugby, that wide area does seem to be fruitful for them. Unable to find that wide area thus far in the game. They have played much of the rugby in the middle of the park. Lisachana there, the hooker looking to have another very good line out. They go long and it's well taken there by the flank. The lock, my apologies. The break here is another good one by the men from Whitbank as they look to assert themselves early on. It is the eighth man with the break. They plays to hand to the inside centre. The men from Whitbank do look more lively and do look like they want to assert themselves in this game here early on. And our picture now, the beautiful Pretoria sky. Pretoria is notoriously known for its beautiful sunsets, and oh my boy, is it good temperature for an afternoon, I must add, of club rugby. They do choose to go for poles, looking to assert themselves and establish rather on the scoreboard here. I think points on the board do add that psychological advantage, and Whitbank here looking to get that psychological advantage early on. Club rugby was a bit funny last year, I must add again, because some of the games did not have conversions too. So you'd find that there'd be 5-point games, 45, 55, 25, 55, 25, 30. So it's interesting to have, varying score lines again. It is that man there, Clarence, looking to establish a lead. The kick by Clarence is wide, And the flag stays down from the assistant referees. To Clarence's consolation, it was a kick from nearly halfway, 48 meters out. And it is a very windy day, so that might have added to the circumstances rather. While taken here by the scrum off. Looks to kick here. Chased by the Whitbank scrum off. Messy there from the men from Johannesburg, really succumbing to this Whitbank pressure. They need to recover here from deep in their territory, which they are able to get a bit of breathing room from that kick there. However, it is met yet again by Whitbank hands. It is that man there, Sajana, looking to drive forward the big hooker. Clausen to hand there. The men from the Whitbank here looking to get onto the scoreboard. It is the prop to the center. Held up, says the referee. Oh, unfortunately, yes, it is indeed held up. Seems to be the call. Advantage to the men from Mpumalanga. Perhaps we're looking to go for goals again, maybe find touch. I think this is a decent position enough to find touch. Perhaps look for that physical element to get a line out, get men there in the mall, and get a more comfortable lead, maybe. It is that man there, Clarence, with the ball. And I picture the Whitbank fullback. Hands it to the scrum of Okujana. And it does look like they'll be going for touch. Smart option, I must add, by Whitbank. Establish that big point lead early on. Does add that psychological advantage to an early lead early on. Ball to the flank there. Blind side flanker, number 6 there. To hand. There's that 8th man here who does possess that strength being played. Oh, unfortunately. Ball is loose. And a clearance here by the men from Johannesburg. The Whitbank Rugby Club. Made yet again by Clarence's hands. Clarence looks to step. Unfortunately, the play, it is messy there. Recovered by the men from Johannesburg here. I must say, the Whitbank Rugby Club have been absorbing most of the pressure thus far in this half. Will need to assert themselves more in this game should they want to get anything out of it. Just a reminder that if you are just joining us, it is the opening game of the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, being broadcasted live from the heart of Pretoria. It is the Pretoria Rugby Club. We do have the Whitbank Rugby Club taking on Whitbank Rugby Club. The game currently is scoreless at 0-0. It is your favorite broadcasters, SEI, in collaboration with SAB Sports, and my name is Tando Mchiako. The line knocked by the men from Johannesburg. Recovered very well there. A massive shout out to our sponsors, World Sports Betting. To hand there again. The men from Johannesburg here do have a chance to get deep out of their territory, maybe push this Whitbank side back. The kick there by Orange is a good one. Does indeed find touch. Whitbank have been able to get the job done at line-out points, and can they do so now deep in Whitbank territory? It is that man Moore again. Does look like a 5-man line-out again. Does go to the tail. Unfortunately, it is turned over rather by the men from Mpumalanga successfully. Oh, big push there by the man there, Lisachane. The big hooker. Darting a few tackles there. Structured approach here by the Whitbank side. The dominant position has been held by this Whitbank side, but can they now use this position to translate into points on the scoreboard? Position is important in club rugby, but club rugby does possess that dynamic, and it has illustrated to us in the past that position doesn't always equate to points on the scoreboard. So it's important to take advantage of that position. Sometimes the sides that do not possess most of the possession go on to win the games. Counter-attacking rugby, as some like to call it. In the scarcity of this half, the possession is with the men from Johannesburg, the Whitbank Club and Rugby Club. Fed into the line out by the scrum half Onridge. Out there to his fly half, the number 10. It's again by that fullback Clarence, who has looked very lively, I must say, in the opening half of this encounter, the fullback. Oh, and the fullback here needs to respond here with some darting and dazzling of his own. Well recovered there by the Whitbank fullback. It is that man Mo again, the hooker, on the ball. Penalty to the Whitbank side, in from Johannesburg. KG affair that we have witnessed thus far, ladies and gentlemen. No side really standing out up to this point. I mean, one can tell that the coach must have really drilled his philosophy into these players, because neither side is refusing to budge here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is the Whitbank Rugby Club here with a line out just short of the 22-meter line. I think it's their first time coming close to this Whitbank side's 22-meter line. Onrich there. Plays his inside centre there. Oh, communication there. But Whitbank just letting him down there in the pivotal and vital moments. And it's costing them dearly, and Whitbank do turn it over. Just miscommunication there between the prop and the inside centre. Does lead to a Whitbank turnover. Nkunchana there with the ball at scrum time. We are live from the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Space Festival, sponsored by World Sports Betting. Nkuchana feeds the ball into the scrum. Oh, it is that 8th man there who covers it very well. He too has looked very lively for this Whitbank side rather. Scrummy looks to Rami and Nkuchana. Doesn't get there, unfortunately, well recovered by the men from Johannesburg. Van der Kolff is the 8th man for the Whitbank side, really asserting his presence here, testing his opposite number, Izzy Van der Kolff. Patience is the name of the game here from the men from Johannesburg, who are forced to attack from deep. Advantage, says the ref, to the men from Johannesburg. Not rolling away there is the hooker, Lishaba. Cleared by PJ very well there for Brakpan. Does indeed find touch just short of the Whitbank 22-meter line. Perhaps looking to establish that physical presence in the lineouts, perhaps form a mole that can drive this Whitbank side back, rather, who have had most of the possession up till this point. Mo here with another lineout. Taken well there. The men from Johannesburg here look to attack. Oh, unfortunately, attack fizzles out there. Philip and Andrew have been struggling to communicate up to this point for Brakpan, and that has been to their detriment. The inside centre and the outer centre, they're just lacking that element of communication, missing each other there. Numerous occasions up to this point. Clearance there by Chabat is good. Michael Chabat. If you are just joining us, it is currently still scoreless here between the men from Mpumalanga Whitbank Rugby Club and the men from the east of Johannesburg, the Inlanders Brakpan Rugby Club. Line out there by the men from Whitbank is good as they look to attack here. The inside centre there is found again. Looks to play his flank there. Just short of the try line there, brought down at the pivotal moment by this Brakpan defence. But they'll be sensing here that they can get something here from this impending pressure, will they? And a second quick here by that man there, Chabat Michael. Called back by the referee. They'll be looking now to take advantage of this onslaught here that they have created deep now into Whitbank, into Brakpan territory. Ishaba the hooker there, one of the people over the ball. The ref just having a talking to there to the men from Brakpan. And the men from the Mpumalanga will be looking here to get onto the scoreboard. It is long from the breakdown point. And it is held up again. Once again is a call by the referee. Brakpan have looked relentless in their defense up till this point. Absolutely refusing to concede points on the scoreboard. The kick there by CJ is a good one. Brakpan really need to get in and deep into the Whitbank 22-meter line should they want to get anything from this game. Defending is a pivotal and instrumental skill to have as a rugby side, but that has to be coupled with somewhat of an attacking threat. We've been unable thus far to see really what Brakpan bring on the attacking side of things. Have absorbed most of the pressure in this first half. Clearance by CJ. Well met by Ngomezulu, the winger. Dances again, dots and dazzles. Ngomezulu, does he like he likes he's accustomed to, really. Dartling and dazzling till nowhere is clearly evident here. Brakpan defense holding tight. The Club Rugby Easter Festival is sponsored rather by World Sports Betting. Speaking of betting, if I had to bet on this game, I would not know what to do. The action here from the Pretoria Rugby Club is absolutely immaculate, ladies and gentlemen, with neither side really being able to assert themselves here early on in this first half. KGFA, like we'd like to call it. I'd probably go with the men from the north. Don't want anyone to think I have any personal biases, because I am indeed from the east of Johannesburg. So I'll go with something different. And I'll put my money here on the men from the north. However, I do not rule this Brakpan side out here. I'm merely basing my support on the fact that I'm from Joburg and would like to experience something different. Experience Ngomezulu on the wing, maybe. Not really being able to find distance and touch and height with that kick. Sport take care, back here by the referee. And the men from Johannesburg are going for goals here. I spoke about that psychological advantage that early points on the scoreboard does have, and Whitbank have had countless amounts of chances to get on that scoreboard and have that psychological advantage, but it is the men from Johannesburg here with an opportunity to get the first points here in this game. The commentators curse, maybe I might have just cursed the Whitbank side with the commentators curse if the men from Johannesburg there do get onto the scoreboard. The commentator's curse does seem to be a very real thing. And CJ here will be looking to make me change my bet rather. The theme is betting, and we are powered here by our sponsors, World Sport Betting. And I indeed have to change my bet, because it is the men from Johannesburg who are up and underway here first. Here from the Pretoria Rugby Club, it is Brakpan who do establish an early 3-0 lead. And really proving to us why betting is such a big industry, why we are able to host such phenomenal tournaments with such top display rugby here, sponsored and powered by World Sport Betting. Kick here by Michael, well met by the men from Johannesburg, who do look well oiled here now after getting those early points on the scoreboard. Converted there by the men from Mpumalanga. Oh, it doesn't quite find hand there, but Lisacha here will look to run and form an attack of his own. The hooker has looked very lively here. Looks to play it short there to Van der Kloof. His 8th man there. Quickly to hands. The men from Whitbank here are responding to that pressure and that score here by Ngomezulu. Ref calls it back. The men from the north responding to those points on the board that have been put by Whitbank, by Brakpan rather. And they do have an opportunity here to return and get points on the scoreboard themselves. Will they opt to go for goal or will they go for touch? It seems to be that they are also going to go for goal. Get on level terms must have been the instruction from the coach to his men there on the pitch. You're only really fighting once you two are on the scoreboard, and that seems to be the philosophy adopted here by the men from the north. Peter Clarence looking to establish, or rather not establish, but bring the men from the north back into this game. The kick there by Clarence is a good one since the linesman. And the men from the north are up and underway here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is currently 3-3 with both sides here getting onto the scoreboard by the feet rather of their respective fly halves. It is currently 3-3 here at the Club Rugby Easter Festival, brought to you by World Sport Betting. The men from Joburg get us up and underway here once again at the Pretoria Rugby Club. Oh, the kick is well met with pressure there by the hooker. And the men from Johannesburg form an attack here of their own. Great response there and great reaction, quick reaction by the hooker to meet the pressure there. Ref brings it back. The men from Johannesburg here do have an opportunity to get on the scoreboard. No tries have been scored here yet, ladies and gentlemen. On the Pretoria side, rather, I currently don't know what's happening. So the Club Rugby Festival, Easter Rugby Festival, is a big tournament. So there's games happening both on the Harlequin Rugby Club field right opposite us, as well as the Pretoria Rugby Club field. So I don't know what's happening that side. I was going to say no try has been scored yet in the tournament thus far, but I do not know what's happening here. But what I do know is that here at the Pretoria Rugby Club, no tries have been scored. And Andrew here looks to find his full back here, looking to get that first try here. Numbers at the breakdown here, looking to prevent this onslaught here by the men from Johannesburg. Taken quickly by the scrummy there. Ball is still with the men from Johannesburg. They do opt for touch. Potentially looking to add numbers there with the maul. They do have a very strong forward pack. Big boys there up front for the Brakpan side. That's how they operate in Brakpan. Big and Brakpan. And that's how we love them, ladies and gentlemen. Can they take advantage here? Ball from the hooker to the loose head to the loose head prop. Numbers there to more for Brakpan. And they do convert here for the first try here at the Rugby Festival. It is the men from Johannesburg who scored the first try here and established that lead, that much needed, much wanted lead. Taking advantage of what is known as the commentator's curse. Are they here, the men from Johannesburg? Patient in the build-up, patient in the play, and eventually it does pay dividends with points on the scoreboard. The score is currently 8-3. With PJ looking to further cement the lead here for the men from Johannesburg. So schoolboy rugby has a different tradition to club rugby. So what happens in schoolboy rugby is that when the fly half or whoever is kicks for goals, the entire stadium has to keep quiet. So there's a certain decorum measured in schoolboy rugby, which is fascinating. I mean, I was commentating JPV St. John's during the weekend, and the entire stadium would literally be dead still. Not the case here in club rugby, and he's able converts there too. Yeah, I think the tradition of our schoolboy rugby it's a cool one because it also, I think, puts the kicker under a lot of pressure because now this entire stadium is quiet. 10,000 people all watching you go for goals. And it's actually fascinating. The JP Fly half challenge converted in the final minute to win it for JP against St. John's. So it's fascinating to see how certain players and certain personalities react under pressure. Good men from the north need to respond here. Ngomezulu well recovered there. Plays his fullback Clarence. He clears not successfully, but is able to get a bit of breathing room for his Mpumalanga side there. Whitbank side rather. Oh, well made there by Ken Ngomezulu. Looks to form an attack of his own. Get kicked there by the scrum off rather, I must add, and it does look like a very good kick. Well made. Can the scrum off get all the way? Can he go all the way here, the little man? Yes, he can go all the way. And it is a try here for the men from Whitbank here, responding to that try by the men from Brakpan. And is that little man, the scrum half, making all the difference in Kuchana? Great run, great kick and chase there by the small man in Kuchana. Response here from the men from Whitbank. They did need that bit of creativity. They did need that bit of flair. And oh, it was truly flair, only flair when Kuchana started running. 8-8 here from the Pretoria Rugby Club. See, this is why gambling is so addictive. So you bet on one side and they do well, and you want to change your bet. And that's why we love our sponsors so much today. It is brought to you by World Sports Betting. It is the Club Rugby Easter Festival. That's why we love our sponsors so much. World Sport Betting. Clarence here looking to establish a lead for the men from the North Whitbank Rugby Club. Whitbank Rugby Club. Kick by Clarence. No, says the linesman. Sure, I think it's very clear in the quality of the kicking and thus far in the game that club rugby players have really missed that kicking element in the game. We did mention earlier in the game that it was the element that the game did miss, and very clearly the fly halves and the kickers missed it even more. We'll take a bit of practice and getting used to. And we are up and underway here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. If you are just joining us, it is the men from the north taking on the inlanders. It is the Whitbank Rugby Club taking on the Brakpan Rugby Club. It is currently a level picking here at 8-8. Cleared there by the men from the north. The clearance is a good one and does get the cheer and support from the crowd. It is a line out for the men from Johannesburg. Line out is good. They have shown that they are a physically present side, looking to show that physical presence yet again here. The maul is still good, driving this Whitbank defense back. Still going is the ball. Eventually the man is put down. Is he the tight head prop? They look to go wide here. A little kick the attempt there by the scrum half. Refs his advantage. Ball is still here with the men from Johannesburg, the Brakpan Rugby Club. Finds touch again. It is this area that did prove to be fruitful for their first try. Can this area prove to pay dividends yet again for the Pragpan Rugby Club. Very equally contested lineouts, I must say, up to this point. Or maybe both sets of lineouts haven't been that good, but the battle has been good. But I must say, this Pragpan Rugby Club I am really fueling them in a very indirect and weird way. Really making use of what is the commentator's curse here once again. Pick up and go there by the lock. Men there at the breakdown, and numbers is the game. Too many numbers, says the referee. Converted here by the men from the north, the Whitbank Rugby Club. The men from Johannesburg will be kicking themselves there, not being able to take advantage of that impending situation and impending pressure. Half time, says the referee. It is currently level picking here at 8-8 between the men from the north and the inlanders. It is the Whitbank Rugby Club taking on the Pragpan Rugby Club. It is currently 8-8 here at the Pretoria Rugby Club, brought to you by World Sports Betting. It is the Club Rugby Easter Festival. Please do join me live for the second half.
Attacking play.
Yeah.
Attacking players, yeah. Hey Franco.
escaping.
Terug nu. Wat wordt nu try?
Ja.
And a warm welcome back to all our viewers all over the globe, all over the country, all over the province, and our local and regional viewers. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, and we do have the men from Whitbank taking on Pretoria here. We're up and under away here for the second half, live from the Pretoria Rugby Club. Level pecking is the score here. If you are just joining us, my name is Tandom Chiako on commentary. Great kick there by the number 12, Andrew. Well met there by to the winger Gomezulu, who does act a lot like a full black back in his role. I must add, the little winger. Both sides exchanged blow for blow in that first half. Let's see what the second half has to offer. Now they're being able to take the lead. Shows you the quality and as well as the competitiveness of both sides. Whitbank all the way from the north, from Mpumalanga, hot region. So they do come here to a colder Pretoria. If you do like to take circumstances into play, there are a lot to play here and to play for at the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. Position is now with the men from Johannesburg. Struggled to get into gear in the first half, but once they got into their stride, they maintained that stride. And they actually should be very thankful and appreciative of the defensive coach. This Brakpan Club Rugby side really illustrated the nature and quality of their defense really in that first half, and they'll be looking here to establish the lead. We did mention that the kicking is an area that did look like it would require a bit of work. Can the scrum half now respond? It is the type of position that favors a right footer. Can he take advantage of that favorable position? Kick by the scrum half is good, says the linesman, and it is the men from Johannesburg here that established an early lead here in the second half. It is the Brakpan side attacking from right to left, and their white and green stripes, and the men from Whitbank in their purplish black kit. Absolutely beautiful kit, I must add, attacking from left to right. Yes, it is indeed 11-8 here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Pretoria Rugby Club. Well taken there by the man from Johannesburg. Really looking well oiled here. Club rugby is the type of rugby that shows you the importance of the coach. Every time after half time, you see a change. There's definitely a change in the rugby that's played before half time and after half time. Shows you that role, that catalyst role that a coach plays. I think we saw it in the Buffelsford and Brandewyn 10s. We saw it in the Harlequins Woensdag Liga, and we are seeing it yet again here at the World Sport Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. Walking around amongst the crowd at halftime, it appears that betting is indeed something that is prevalent and happening. Chatting to the cameraman on show here today, he did mention that he is too a betting man and was very happy to hear about betting on the commentary. So it's again a big shout out to our sponsors, World Sport Betting. And on the top conversation of betting, can let us know comment section who your money is on here today at the World Sports Club Rugby Easter Festival. Would you have the men from Whitbank taking on Brakpan? Let us know in the comment section who your money's on. Make this a bit of a betting thing. Oh, the run there by the flanker is a good one. Brought down there by a desperate Brakpan defense. Clumsy there at the breakdown by the men from Whitbank. And they'll take advantage of that clumsiness. Yeah, we did say we clearly a betting nation, we betting people, and let us know who your money is on here today. It is Whitbank taking on Brakpan Club Rugby, and it gets no better than that. If I had to take a bet, it's too close to call. I think at the moment, yeah, I'm a very conservative better. I only bet at the final time. At the final moment. So I'll let you know what my call is. But for now, it is scrum time here. And the men from Johannesburg will be looking to get out of their territory and push this Whitbank side, Whitbank side back. We did see the creative intelligence of the Whitbank scrum half there in the first half. Man Kuchana with a very good kick and chase in the first half, establishing or getting rather the first try for this Whitbank side. Kick there, height is good. Well met though by the men from the north. Big run, and a good run it is, appears to be true. Messi there at the breakpoint point, the ref having to give it the tight head, proper bit of a look there. And the men from the north can breathe. The Mpumalanga side of Whitbank Rugby Club. The kick is being chased but well met. Blow for blow rugby we are witnessing here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is heritage rugby. My dad actually asked me earlier today, he's like, "Are you commentating heritage rugby?" And I was like, "No, I'm commentating World Sport Betting Rugby." And I'm looking at the graphics now and I'm like, yeah, I am doing heritage rugby. And it gets no better, ladies and gentlemen, than heritage Easter rugby, rugby in general. We love it and we love it all. Rugby that rocks. Advantage here is with the men from Whitbank. The kick is good. Heritage rugby that rocks. I think club rugby should also have a saying. Varsity rugby has rugby that rocks. I think we should come up with something for club rugby. Because it gets no better, ladies and gentlemen, than club rugby or than the World Sport Bidding Club Rugby Easter Festival. Miscommunication there from the scrum half at breakdown point, and the men from Johannesburg will look to take advantage here. A ball to hand from the prop to the inside centre, Andrew. Does that man Andrew involved again there, the inside centre? A kick is a good touch finder, it appears. One other very notable feature of club rugby, it is very aggressive. So it is very often that you will see paramedics running onto the pitch, because that is such is the nature of club rugby. And I think the dynamics also are very fascinating. We were at a Pirates game for the Pirates Slam Rugby Challenge a few weeks ago. And when you did look at the player profiles, some of the players are teachers, some of the players are doctors, some of the players are lawyers. So it's really guys that love rugby and love to get running, and players that played themselves in school, played B side, C side, F side. It doesn't matter, because club rugby is inclusive of it all, and of everyone all rather, and that is why we love it so much. Yeah, so you might find that you go to high school and your rugby coach / teacher is representing the Whitbank rugby club, and you could give him a watch and get a few tips. We all know how hectic rugby coaches can be and how much they praise themselves for playing on the day. Oh no, I always skip the players. Now you can perhaps see if your rugby coach does indeed step and dance and dazzle and dart and pounce on their prey. Because that is what they claim to do, these rugby coaches, pounce on prey. And the men from Johannesburg here are pouncing like cats on this Whitbank side. It does appear that they are going for the conversion, the men from Johannesburg, looking to further establish their lead, looking to form here a 14-8 lead. We spoke of that psychological advantage, and the men from Johannesburg have really utilized it up till this point. Beautiful day and temperature for club rugby here in the heart of Johannesburg. If you are in around the here area, please do pop by the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is club rugby, and it gets no better. My fellow commentator Reynard Kuhn often calls it the Holy Trilogy: beer, rugby, and a braai, and those are the vibes here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. So please do pass by for the Holy Trilogy of what is club rugby, with a nice cold refreshing beverage and a nice warm bruvos to take it down with. It gets no better than that, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why we love club rugby so much. The Holy Trilogy. Speaking of holy, it is the Christian holiday or period rather of Easter. So wishing all those who celebrate the Easter and the Easter period a very happy Easter and a well-deserved break, I hear, for some professions and students especially. And that is where the club rugby players do get a chance to sneak in and take a dive down to Pretoria and play club rugby. So a very happy Easter to all who celebrated. It is the men from Mpumalanga rather with the line out here. Messi gives the men from Johannesburg here a chance to attack. It is the inside center here that looks to run. Plays it to the replacement there, the number 16. Tight head prop being played there. Holding on to the ball is the call in the crowd, and successfully turned over here by the men from Mpumalanga, not releasing there the tight head prop, is he? Yes, as indicated by the referee. Just maybe got a bit too excited, the tight head prop didn't release there, and he has costed his side an impending attack here, and the men from Mpumalanga from Whitbank can attack here from deep. Good touch finder there. Changes are the name of the game now, and we see that both sides are implementing and running in those changes. In particular, there seems to be very much movement in the Brakpan camp. Perhaps the coach thinking that he could further establish his lead here. May have seen a gap that he would love to exploit. Messi again, the lineouts. The lineouts have been very disappointing, I must say, up till this point, by both sides respectively. Turnover. Yeah, the lineouts battle has been a very disappointing up till this point. Both sets of lineouts looking very sloppy, not machine-like like they usually are. Perhaps an area that the technical team will be looking to work on going into the festivities again on Saturday. We are broadcasting to you all Easter weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It is Easter weekend, and we love to spend Easter weekend with Club Rugby. And it gets no better. Proudly sponsored by World Sports Betting. Fade into the scrum there. A big shove by the men from Whitbank here, and they do look like a side here, looking to assert themselves in this game. Wow, wow, wow. Big shove there by the men from Whitbank. Showing and establishing and really pushing their opposite numbers there today, the men from Whitbank at scrum time. Pushing that Brakpan defense backwards. And they elect to go for goals. Get those early points back. And then we do have a game on show for us. An enthralling and breathtaking end. It is a fullback, Clarence, who has not been involved in the action too much here in the second half as he was much in the first. And our picture sizes up his options for the conversion. Does need to convert here for both the morale and the momentum of his side here. They did have a very good scrum, and he'll be looking now to take advantage of that good scrum. Sizes up his options. Does he? Clarence. Kick unfortunately does not get there. Lacks the height that Clarence possibly may have wanted. And it remains 11-8 here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. If you are just joining us, it is the Whitbank Rugby Club taking on the Brakpan Rugby Club. It is currently 11-8 in favor of the Johannesburgers. Big kick there by the scrum half. Messi at the breakdown point, but eventually does find his teammates' hands. Looks to attack from the right here. It is not so much the space, but the numbers. Oh, knocked on there by the man from Whitbank. It is the men from Johannesburg, the Johannesburgers, the Brakpan Rugby Club, holding firm and steady here to their slender margin. Club rugby games are not won by slender margins, and I don't think that this will be the case here tonight at the Pretoria Rugby Club.
Thanks, coach.
Scrum time again, and the men from Whitbank did really take it to the Johannesburg, the Brakpan forward pack previously at the scrum battle. So the Brakpanians will be looking to respond here and show that they too do have that physicality at scrum point. Scrum time. Into the line-out by the Brakpanians, as we haven't nicknamed them in this game. Kicked as fun touch. Brakpanian. I think I might trademark that. It was heard for the first time here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. And the Brakpanians are really taking the game to the men from Whitbank here. Holding firm the slender margin. But things do change in the moment of an instance. In an instance of a moment. And they can change at any point in time here. Kick there is well recovered by the Brakpanian wing. Big step there. Beats a few players. We love to see a fullback dart and dazzle, and he absolutely earns the dance floor there in that instance. You know, when you were a child and you'd go to an arcade, and that'd be that one game with the arrows, that is what the fullback does there. Absolute precision dance moves there, darting a few tackles. Yeah, no, I'm a guy, so I didn't really play that game, so my rugby skills would be questioned. Well, I'm not saying the game makes you play rugby, well, I'm just saying it's a nice supplement. The Brakpanians look to attack here from the wide area. There's the fly half with an impending run, with the Whitbankers using the touchline as an extra line of defense there. Oh, we've come up with another nickname, Whitbankers. We are absolutely killing it in the nickname department here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Whitbankers against the Brakpanians. Of course, my name is Tandom Chiako in the commentary, and it is the Club Rugby Easter Festival powered by World Sports Betting. Ball finds hand there, then instant on a big tackle by the hooker there. Miss Chapa. Andrew looking to make an impending run. Does proper trees, fly half. Big tackle there by the Whitbanker hooker. Ball to hand in again. The name of the game currently is ball to hand. Magnet like that to these Brakpanian hands at the moment. Oh, unfortunately, just unable to get the kick there successfully. And the Whitbankers do have an opportunity here to attack. There's a big chase here by that man. Does he get down successfully? Yes, is the chance from the field. And it is a vital and crucial mistake there by The Brakpan player with the attempted kick and chase there to gift it to the player from the Whitbankers, who does chase it down successfully and dots down for their second try. And they do establish the lead here to the Whitbankers. We mentioned how things can change in a split second, and they did change in a split second there. Wow. And that is why apologies there for the interruption in the audio. There was a little technical glitch, but we are back. And the score is 15-11 in favour to the men from Whitbank as they look here to form another try. Again, that touchdown being used as an extra defender. We did say apologies there for the break in the audio. There was a little technical glitch, but we are back with your favourite commentator. My name is Tandom Chiako, and it is a World Sport Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. The men from Whitbank have responded here, and just before the audio interrupted, we were speaking about how things can change in the moment of a split second, and they changed in the moment of a split second there. A crucial error by the Brakpan player gifted the Whitbanker an opportunity, and he absolutely sealed the opportunity. Signed, sealed, delivered, as Stevie Wonder would say. Advantage to the Whitbankers here. We are absolutely killing it, ladies and gentlemen, in the nickname department. Clarence does choose to opt for the conversion. Looking really to put this game to bed now. There was a very gradual shift in momentum, and that gradual shift, I think, I wouldn't say gradual, apologies for my terminology. That moment, that crucial area was the catalyst here and turned this game on its heels. And it is now with Whitbanks to win it. It is Whitbanks for the taking. the winter season is coming in, and we can see there just that breeze knocking the ball over there. Winter is a very nice time for rugby. Cold rugby winter mornings with a nice cappuccino and some hard hits. And that is what you are in for, ladies and gentlemen, this weekend. Clarence does convert it and does further establish that lead for a Whitbank side here. Just stretches that lead by 3 points and takes it to a 7-point game. Takes the game within a try and a conversion reaching of a Brakpan. Can they respond now to this? To this onslaught? Big kick there. Finds Hutch. Not One, two, testing, 1, 2. It does seem like we do have audio sound. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the constant disruptions. We are working to get the audio flowing and free flowing like the rugby we have been witnessing this evening. Our technical team is trying their very best and doing their very best, ladies and gentlemen. The graphics and the visuals are brought to you by SEI in partnership with SABC Sports. Take there. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Audio's gone again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Are we back on? Yes, indeed, we are back on, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies yet again. We did mention that our team is having trouble with the audio. Please do bear with us. Technical difficulties do make part of the more beautiful and the broader picture. And we are seeing beautiful pictures this evening, brought to you yet again courtesy of SEI in a partnership with SABC Sports. The men from Brakpan here looking to respond. They have looked like a side that is looking to get back onto the scoreboard since conceding that try and penalties just shortly before this. Whitbank just stretching that advantage. Oh, great hands there from the center to the fly half, to the fullback there. Oh, when they do pass it well, as Parakpan side, it does look like it is a magnetic. I'm not a science oak, I didn't do science in high school, but I know how magnetism functions, and it's just a attraction relationship when they do pass the ball well. I wasn't a science oak, I was more of a commerce oak, more of a business person, and that's why I got into betting, like courtesy of our sponsors today, World Sports Betting, teaching us financial risks the tough way, I must add, but we never nonetheless. The ball there at the mall with the replacement, number 24 there. Looking to drive, pick up and go here, looking to get their big man onto the ball here are the Prakpaners. Yet again, another pick up and go by the very same number 24. It is now or never. Oh, it is a great dummy there. Unfortunately, well spotted by the men from Whitbank. Wow, I myself did not see that, but credit to that Whitbank defense they did. They look to go wide now, just finds the winger there, the ball. Inches away, the winger. The advantage is still with the men from Brakpan here. The players yelling an instruction to their team there, asking for the kicking cone, looking to reduce that deficit. Koinkies was the call there. Will take this game within 4 points of reaching should he convert this. I'll tell you what, psychologically a 4-point deficit sounds much better than a 7-point deficit. It is that man now to determine where the momentum in this game will lie. Club rugby has proven so many times to be a game of momentum. Can he now shift momentum towards the Brakpaners? Unfortunately, not on that occasion, and it does remain a 7-point game. Is not able to reduce the deficit there. 18-11 currently is the score in favor of the men from Mpumalanga. It is the Whitbank Rugby Club. I think the thinking in the camp as we draw towards full time must be to just keep possession. Possession must be the name of the game. And that is how you maintain a 7-point lead. Kick there by the fly half does amount to pressure, which in turn subsequently does lead to a turnover, and the ball it currently is with the Whitbank side. Possession is the name of the game, like we said. Elects to go for the conversion to further establish that lead. Clever thinking here by the Whitbankers. It is a big 13 this time with the boot, who looks like he has a physical cone. Koinkies was the term last time, but this time it does look like one of those warm-up cones. And let's see whether he is able to do the business with a warm-up cone here. Perhaps he just got used to kicking with the warm-up cone in training, and it's just in his nature now. Can the warm-up code seem to be fruitful here for the Whitbankers? I think that's why we love club rugby so much. It's because of moments like these. Testing 1 2, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies yet again for the break in audio while we were gone. The ball is in possession with the Whitbankers in the middle of the park here. Like we said, possession is the name of the game. Looking to draw this game out now until full time. How I think whenever playing in a festival, it's important to win your first game, to get on to that early win, that first win, get it out the way. I think it's a confidence booster for the duration of the tournament, and the Whitbankers here will be looking for that confidence booster going into the festivities on Saturday and Monday. Like I said, we do have club rugby for you all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Unless I can conjure up batteries.
I think this game's going to end anyway. Do you not want to... I don't know.
Yeah, I need to, when this game finishes, I don't know how long the break is between, then I need to rush off to the garage to get some batteries.
Okay. Apologies for the break in audio. We are narrowing full time here at And a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to all our viewers all over. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, live from the Pretoria Rugby Club in the heart of Pretoria. We have our final fixture of the evening. It is the home side, the Pretoria Rugby Club, taking on Wolverines, and what promises to be the fight of the night, the battle of the night, and it should be a pulsating one. Please do join me live. My name is Tandom Giako on the commentary, and it is your favorite broadcasters, SEI, in collaboration with SABC Sports. We would be loved to be bringing the team sheets for you live, but unfortunately both clubs did not have those available for us, so we will be relying on the players' numbers for now. But worry not with Tandom Giako at the wheel. It is the Wolverines looking to kick us off here into the Pretoria sky. Oh, great pressure there applied early on by the number 8. I beg your pardon, it is the Pretoria side there. Just for the clarity there, the Wolverine side are attacking in the white and the blue from left to right, and the home side Pretoria Rugby Club are attacking from right to left in the black and white and red. I just walked over now during the break that we had between this game and the other game to view their opening ceremony, and I must mention that Blue Bulls captain Jake White was present there, so it just shows you the caliber of the festival that you're witnessing here today. It's very nice to see Blue Bulls coach Jake White present in the stands and really enjoying the action. I think I might have seen him with a bottle of a brown bottle, so we definitely know that the Bulls Bull coach was having a good time. It's just like we are here. The Pretoria side looking to attack here. The philosophy seems to be hands for the Pretoria side here early on. Charge here by the hooker. Oh, well met there with a big collision by his opposite number. Well met there. Scrummy there with a bit of a dummy run. Does find he's a 15, the fullback there. He does have that ability to dance around. He's a prey, the fullback. And the home side early on here looking to really show why the other home side and really looking to please the home crowd here. I think it's very nice to play the penultimate game in the festival as a home side in front of your home supporters. It does give you that bit of an upper notch for the rest of the proceedings this weekend. We are live the entire weekend, live here from the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is a heritage rugby. We do in action again on Saturday, live here with fixtures taking place here at the Pretoria Stadium, as well as the Harlequin Rugby Club, as well as Monday. So it's jam-packed Easter rugby. And I guess no better than that. The line out today goes long, not quite to hand, but eventually does find Pretoria hands, and they look here to take advantage of this impending situation. Looks to find his man out wide there. This Wolverine machine refusing to budge, pushing the Pretoria boys back the home side, and successfully this Wolverine machine is able to convert that successful turnover there by the Wolves. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the old law of the jungle, but the old law of the jungle goes, the strength of the wolf is in the pack, and the strength of the pack is in the wolf. Will that prove to be the case here as the Wolverines seek now to push the wolf back, to push the Pretoria side back? The simple narrative of that law of jungle simply follows that these wolves hunt in packs. Wolves are the type of animals that work well when they work together, and they work like an absolute pack of wolves there at the line out. These Wolverine forwards are looking to pile now. Numbers at the breakdown of point. Finds his number 11 there out wide. Skips one player. Offload there is very good. Oh, this Wolverine machine is looking absolutely phenomenal here as they edge closer and closer to that try line. A ref has spotted an infringement there, but wow, we spoke about how wolves hunt in packs, and there they hunted this Pretoria side down. This wolf machine, it looks like it is up and running now. What wolf machine? This wolf beasts. Wolves are beasts, not machines. It is your favorite commentator, Tando Michiako, here at the booth, and it is our favorite. This tournament, this Easter Festival, is powered to you live by World Sport Bidding. The Pretoria side now with an opportunity to recover here. Fade into the scrum, but the scrum off. Good battle at the scrum. Finds his inside centre who runs himself into traffic. Being forced to attack from deep here, this Pretoria side. Oh, big. Pick up there by the Wolverine number 12. Pushing that fullback momentum backwards. A kick here. Looking to potentially find that space. The 15 finds the number 11. Number 11 darting a very infield, unorthodox position for a winger. Finds his inside centre who has availed himself. Ball gets to the loose head prop. Oh, and a bit of a dummy there. Gets a bit of a dummy there by the fly half. Fools his man, but unfortunately ball does not quite go to hand. Getting that approval there from his lock, who recognizes the effort by the fly half. Great awareness and skill by the fly half to be able to get the penalty here for Wolverine, who'll be looking to get themselves to the scoreboard early on. Dummy is just able to ensure that the Pretoria man is caught offside, and they have opted here to go for goals early on. We saw in the previous encounter how important it is to establish these, to take the advantage of the opportunity to go for goals up front, as proved pivotal in our previous encounter, where Whitbank took on a Boksburg. I beg your pardon. We did mention that it is a cold winter's day. The winter season edging closer and closer, but we love it no better than that. And we see there the ball tumbling over there, but sizing up his options here. No, says the linesman, and his flag remains down, and so does the score. It remains at Pretoria 0, Wolverines 0. Live here from the Pretoria Stadium. It is your favorite broadcasters, SEI. And my name is Tando Michiako. Pushed back here. Coached by the fullback. Responds with a kick of his own. Really sizing up each other's ability. Opposite numbers of both sides, testing each other here with the kicking game. This competition, I was notified as of today. I came here thinking that it was a normal Easter festival, but I was notified that during the course of this weekend, we will be witnessing the best club rugby sides across the country taking on each other here at the at the heart of rugby, really, in South Africa, here in the heart of Pretoria. So it's fascinating to see how. I mean, I'm excited for the weekend. The best club rugby from each and every corner in South Africa meeting here in the heart of Pretoria. And it was emphasized by the COO of the tournament earlier, emphasizing how this is the tournament's first edition, but how successful it has been as a first edition of the tournament. Actually learned a lot while going across to watch the opening ceremony. The CEO further emphasized that, so back, he calls it, that a similar tournament did take place, but took place in the region of Durban. So they are the whole concept and philosophy behind this tournament is to try to replicate that big mass club rugby festival that did take place in what is known as the olden days at Durban. So really an evolving tournament and one to look out for in years to come. And exciting prospects, I think, to come from tournaments like this too. A Tamide by half who finds his flank. Plays the prop who finds the winger, attempts a kick and chase. Unfortunately, that touchline is used once again as an extra defense. Both sides, I must make note of that. Their forward packs are absolutely humongous. So it's fascinating to see both how they line up technically, both in the line-outs and the scrum. The scrum there by the Wolverine machine is an absolutely good one. Scrum half here looks to go by himself. That means, unfortunately, runs himself into traffic. Will be picked up here by the lock, the big man. Scrum half back on his feet, back in his normal position. And the flank says, I'll take it this time. And his opposite number, he's loose head now, says, I'll take. The scrummy being given a bit of a breather here. He's forward saying, listen, let's do the dirty work for you. And a big push there by the hooker. Shove, that gets his men forward to the loose head prop. Brought down the big man eventually by the Pretoria boys. Finds his flanker. Fly off to the inside centre. Desperate defending from his opposite number. That eventually does bring him down. Oh, big hit there from the big man. The tight head prop. Options here out wide for the Wolverine machine. Unfortunately, not so much the space that they would have wanted in that wide area. A big push forward here by the wing. Great effort there to gain that much of a big territorial gain there, I must add, by the number 11. Momentum now is with the Wolf Pack, is with this Wolverine machine. Ref calls it a back for a Wolf penalty, Wolverine penalty. Right now it is inches. It is inches on inches on inches. And can the Wolves now take advantage of this territory and this opportunity that really is presented to them now to establish the early lead? Scrum time. Colossal battle there at scrum time. Two very big forward packs. Bulls now probably will be looking to play in and now their more skillful, quicker backline players here. Essentially looking to play quick hands from the scrum. Maybe find that winger, that fullback that can dot down in the corner. Let's see what the Wolverine machine have to present here from the scrum. Ref is happy. Ball's in. Plays it to his inside centre. Not so much hands. It does not quite go to hand. Unfortunately there, the hand game not being so much on point for the Wolverine machine. But they still do have their ball in their hands. It's the flank again to Clean. Plays his skillful outside centre there. Goes to where the numbers are. Great offload there to find his 14, who tries to offload it back to the 15. Unfortunately, he runs himself out of space. Turnover there by the boys from Pretoria. An opportunity now for them to get out of that position. And the kick is good. Not so much the distance that he would have wanted there, but is able to give them just a little bit of breathing room. Lana does not so much go as planned, and it is turned over here by the Wolverine machine. Ball to hand, finds that wide option. Looks now to play that wide option. That's where the options are. That's where the space is. Can now they exploit that space? It is number 11 here, making the run. Who offloads it to his 15. And the 15 is able to touch down successfully for the Wolverine machine, who do establish here an early lead against the Pretoria, the home side. It is the away side here with the momentum and with the first try. Breathtaking stuff from the Wolverine machine there. From the build up, the play is built up so nicely and subsequently finished so well right in that corner. Dots down very well the winger. Very good interplay there again between the winger that makes the run and then the fullback who has all the space, and eventually dots down successfully for the first try here in the penultimate game in the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Festival. Kick by the flower is good, says the linesman, and they do take it to 7. It is the away side here that have come and dictated the terms and asked the questions of this home side. Can this home side now respond? If you are just joining us, we do have the Pretoria Rugby Club taking on the Wolverine Rugby Club in what is your penultimate game at the World Sport Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. The score currently is 7-0 in favour of the way side of Wolverines. It is your favourite broadcasters, SEI, in partnership with SABC Sport, and my name is Tando Michiako on the mic. And a huge thanks and shout out to our sponsors, World Sports Betting. It is a line out here for the home side, potentially now looking to reduce the deficit. Line out is good. Just come off, picks up, plays the flower off, looks to attack quickly. Oh, unfortunately there just does communication between him and his outside centre there just doesn't go to plan, and it is successfully turned over here by the Wolverine. Cleared here successfully by the flower half, just to find his opposite number. Looking to run here, the 15. Oh, beautiful play there. Step. Oh, yeah. Now they have the momentum. The wing there, giving it to them. The Pretoria side. A great step and offload there. Great bit of interplay between the Pretoria boys there. Oh, big hit there by the 8th man. Small man to pick up again. The ball is still with the Pretoria side, and they look for those options out wide. Turned over there again by a relentless Wolverine defense. Wolves numbers at the breakdown. Successfully to the fly half. Oh, just fumbles there. Fumbles it there, the hooker. Unfortunately, the Pretoria boys will be looking to take advantage of that error there by the hooker. It is the outside centre there looking to ask the questions of that Pirates of the Pretoria side. And the reluctant defence of the Wolverines machine refuses to budge once again there. Looking to catch the Wolverine defence sleeping there, but the Wolverine defence do not sleep, as they have illustrated there. So, I'm not really a Marvel fan like that, but I'm pretty sure there's a character in Marvel somehow called Wolverine, and he has like those sharp edges on his hand for fingers, and picturing how these guys are playing, they are operating like that guy. I remember he was relentless, he was sharp, he was scruffy as well, he had like a beard, and they are resembling him to the fullest. I'm sorry to my Marvel supporters, I'm not Marvel like that, but that is how I am seeing them here, and yet again running like the Wolverine himself is the number 11. To the hooker. Goes down to ground. The big man. And a penalty to the Wolverine. Yeah, so if you do happen to know the correct name of that character, please do tell me in the commenting section. And they do elect to go for goals there from the penalty advantage there. Clever option opted here by the Wolverine side. It is just about 28 meters out the kick. So let's see what the right footer has to offer from this distance. Kick will need both height and distance. Can he deliver both equally? Yes, he can, says the fly half, and he extends the lead. And now to 10-0 for the Wolverine machine. Wolves here getting the points onto the scoreboard. And the home side are left dazzled, really. Kick is deep and forces an error from the Wolverine 8th man, who does knock it on. And it is an advantage to the Pretoria side. Great kick there to force the error from the Wolverine player there. Can the Pretoria boys now respond before half-time? A try just at the brink of half-time, it just does change the dynamic of things a little bit. Just that shift in mindsets does change, I think, the manager's team talk too. Can they alter and now their manager's team talk here? The Pretoria boys, the home side here. Can they give a bit of momentum to their home supporters too, who have come out in the cold April Easter Thursday afternoon to to watch their boys take on the Wolverine machine, really. Can they give their home supporters just a little bit of a smile on their faces? Supporters are crying for it. Can the Pretoria Rugby Club respond? They are the home side. This is their home ground. This is familiar territory. And the fly half gets it underway here. Ball just doesn't go to hand there to the inside, to the outside centre, I beg your pardon. Forcing Wolverine now. Allowing them now to gain advantage and territory of that ball. And potentially push the impending Pretoria attack back. Deep within Wolverine territory, the Pretoria Rugby Club will potentially be looking now to really drive and push the scrum back. Ask some questions at scrum time. Really size up your opposite number. Squeezes the chance from the Pretoria Rugby Club with a big scrum there, but the Wolverine machine is able to push them back. While mate's there with a step, there does lose his man. Oh, and loses the ball as well. And it is turned over there. Just is unable there to keep a hold of the ball. Loses his man, but loses the ball subsequently too. Just might have been the excitement of the step there, just causing the man to make the error there. And the position is once again with the Wolverine. Scrum time. It is a Wolverine scrum. It's just short of Pretoria's 22-meter line. It is taken, but the 8th man takes the honors upon him, but unfortunately the honors is not taken, and it is turned over to the jubilation of the Pretoria pack. Referee just having a talking to the forwards there. Scrum off, plays it inside. There we go. Fancy's number 10. Fancy's number 11. Oh, unfortunately, the outside centre there does, the inside centre there does knock it on. And the handling errors, I must add, in this game have been proven costly to both sides. Just seems that the players they down there are unable to make ball find hand, proving it to be costly. And the difference in this game, I must add, the Wolverines have not necessarily came here and played a dominant game of rugby, but they have capitalized on where the Pretoria Rugby Club has made errors. And that is what matters at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's about finding weakness and exploiting that weakness, and they have been able to do so successfully. Maybe the Pretoria Rugby Club just needs to size up to their number a little bit. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, powered by World Sports Betting. We are live from the Pretoria Rugby Club, opposite the historic rugby club, Harlequins Rugby Club, who are celebrating their 125th anniversary this year. So a happy birthday to the Harlequins Rugby Club today. A rugby club with great tradition and history, and also partaking in this tournament just on the main field. The attempted kick and chase, they just only meets and is well met by the fullback. Yeah, we're mentioning how the Harlequins Rugby Club is celebrating its 125th anniversary, and what a 125th anniversary it's been. I think they have hosted a whole load of phenomenal rugby up to this point. The Buffelsfontein and Brandhaven 10s being one of them, as well as now the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. So a very happy birthday to the Harlequins Rugby Club. Home, of course, to the Harlequins Rugby Club, who are in action opposite us. And I am told that the action is absolutely electric there too. If you are in and around the area of Pretoria, please do pop by the area for the what my co-commentator Reynolds, I always stop crediting him for this, calls the Holy Trilogy: rugby, braai, and a beer. Scrum off here. Looking now to attack from that wide area on the Pirate is this Pretoria side. Supporters urging them on here as we edge closer and closer to half time. Just urging their boys here to come on and get the business done. They do have an opportunity now with the kick here from D, which pushes the Wolverines side deep, who have been absorbing much of the pressure, I must say, since converting that try and that penalty. Six-man line out, it looks like. Long, and it's long successfully to the flanker, who can cause problems here to this Wolverine defense. Put down easy the flanker. Scrum off, looks to clear, and to clear quickly. It looks like the eighth man there says, I'll take care of the business there for you. Pick up here by the lucid prop, it seems. Still the eighth man, it appears. The flank, I apologize there. Does find he's a fly half there. Finds his inside centre. Oh, I must say that inside centre's handling has been absolutely costly up to thus far for the Pretoria Rugby Club. Most of the handling errors have come from that inside centre. Potentially something that the coach will be looking to change at half time. Maybe a different person or dynamic there in that position. But he has been very costly up till this point for the Pretoria Rugby Club there. Being forced to push back now and retreat now and absorb potentially an impending onslaught from the Wolverines. Costly error there by the number 12. Men now at the maul for the Wolverines as they look now to stretch and push to find the spins back. Quick off to the fly half. They looking now to attack from wide. It is that wing. He beats one man. He looks, unfortunately does not quite go to hand there to find his man. Brought out eventually the signal there by the linesman. A great breaking of the line there by the winger. Breaks the line very successfully, but in his unfortunately at the end of the day, just unable to get the ball to hand it there to find his other man. As we edge closer and closer to half time, the score is currently 10-0 in favour of the Wolverines, the away side here at the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, brought and powered to you by World Sports Betting. Ref calls it back here. Forcing. Okay. Right. 1-2 testing. Here at the Pretoria club do have the numbers and the territory. Can they capitalize as we edge closer and closer to the half-time whistle? Five-man down-out, long, not successful. Turned over by the Wolverines. Advantage, referee calls the referee to the Wolverines and eventually does call it back up. It does sound like it is 5 minutes left. It talks in the crowd of Faith Minita. Kick has the height and finds touch very successfully. It is the loose head prop, absurdly to feed the ball into the line out. Feeds the line out somewhat with some difficulty. A ref says it's gone skew. Yes, it did indeed look skew from this angle. And he's called it for a scrum. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, brought and powered to you by World Sports Betting. On the commentary mark, my name is Sano Michiako, and it is your favorite broadcasters, SCI, in conjunction with SABC Sports. Loose there by the Wolverines, turned over successfully by the Pretoria boys. According to them, the Pretoria boys reminds me a lot. It sounds like I'm speaking of the schoolboy sides and the black. I think they call themselves the red and the white, the red, white, and the green. You know, just down the road from here, pride themselves in their schoolboy rugby, Pretoria Boys High. Some of these players must be alumni of both Pretoria Boys and Afrikaans, so Science World School Affies, as they are so formidably known. And Waterkloof, just a bit far from here, some of the local schoolboy big boys, some of the big boys in schoolboy rugby. So it's fascinating when an Affies or a Pretoria Boys take it to a field. Ref having a bit of a conversation there, it looks like, with the loose head prop from the Pretoria Rugby Club. And that's why we love club rugby. Despite the competition, despite the intensity, it is love and it is smiles at the end of the day. And we are with the intensity now, and it is scrum time. Quickly out there to his outside centre. Brought down to the outside centre, advantage still with the Pretoria Rugby Club. Ups to go for touch once again. Really looking deep down for that try. Oh, the Pretoria Rugby Club. A kick there is long. Oh, kept in very skillfully there by his opposite number. Does allow the Wolverines to attack from deep. The linesman seems to not be as impressed as I was in that situation. He seems to be of the opinion that it was out, and yes, indeed, That is the opinion of the linesman, and should he have kept that in, that would have been incredibly emphatic to say the least. Scrum time. Pretoria here with the opportunity and the chance to get a try just before half time and change that team talk. The fly half now looks to charge. By himself he goes. Messi at the breakdown point there for the Pretoria Rugby Club. Phase after phase after phase it has been for the Pretoria Rugby Club. Can these phases now translate into points rather on the scoreboard? We edge closer and closer to that half-time whistle. It is the penultimate game for the proceedings this evening, but like I said, we do have a jam-packed rugby the whole weekend. I am speaking Saturday, I am speaking Monday. It is it is Easter rugby weekend, and we love it just that way. Looking now to feed it into the scrum. I think the referee today has officiated and controlled the game in a very good manner. And I think this merely just shows you the caliber and expertise of the referees throughout South Africa, as a matter of fact. And I think, with an opportunity here now, the Pretoria Rugby Club here to get that try before half-time. He looks for that option out wide. However, he is equally met there by Wolverines, who are calling for the man on that right-hand side. That's where the space is, and that's where the Pretoria Rugby Club are seeming to be going, but being stopped here by the Wolverine machine, who look to have formed a Great Wall of China here right on their touchline. Oh, the defense is relentless, and it is relentlessly good as the ref calls the proceedings to a halt. It is officially half-time here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. We do have it is the World Sport Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival. We have the Pretoria Rugby Club taking on the Wolverines Rugby Club. It is currently 10-0 in favour of the away side. Please do not go anywhere, as second half action will resume very shortly. Of course, on commentary, it is my name, Tando Michiako.
Slaan hy hom daar tussen waar hierdie klomp en daai ouens staan by die bal. En dan kan jy hulle vra wat se ander 15 is en wat skool met 15 hier. Maar wil ek nie weet hoe dit hulle 15 aan. Ek hoor hulle 26 water sê.
Ja. Let's go Kwame. On off. Ons altyd was teen
maar tussen as hulle hier kom speel hulle kom loop daar, dan sit hulle daar die tafel in die hulle is so goed vir manier. Hy woe, ek dink nie vir my baie.
Ek sê bietjie stap daar.
10 minute.
Guys, remember one drop. Your right side. Yeah, Eugene, jy gaan vlot doen, hè.
JP, dankie.
And a warm welcome back to all our viewers all over the world, all over the globe, all over the province, all over the local area. We are all over Club Rugby. And we are up and underway here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is the Wolverines Rugby Club taking on the Pretoria Rugby Club live from the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, put to you and proudly sponsored by World Sports Betting. It is the Wolverines currently at the wheel with a 10-point lead. The Wolverines are attacking from right to left in the white and blue outfit rather, and the Pretoria side is attacking from left to right in the black and white fit. Zebra-like reminds me a lot of a provincial side rather, JP High School for boys school. Do also pride themselves in their black and white. So do Selborne College all the way in the Eastern Cape. And so this black and white thing, it does seem to be the color, the go-to color. Scrum time here for the Wolverines. Colossal battle that we have witnessed thus far at the scrum time, and so it continues here. Chancing and a break scrum there by the Pretoria forward back, eventually recovered very well by the Wolverines. It is the fly half, they're looking to make the run, brought down. Takes it wide to his winger, looks for the kick of the winger. Kick, it does find a touch, brought back. This Pretoria side do need to assert themselves more in this game. Should they want more from this game, and they are the home side, the odds are in their favour. It is their home patch. Can they please their home supporters? Messi there again at the line out point. Turnover, skew, says the referee. Yeah, it did. It didn't look skew. And I must say, a few of them have looked skewed from the Pretoria hooker. Something that I think has been a common thread throughout the day to his consolation. He has not been the only one that has had a tough time there at the hooker throwing. Something that they definitely need to work on going into a long and a busy day of Saturday rugby, a long and competitive day of Saturday rugby, I might add. Fed in by the scrummy. Oh, really pushed at scrum time, but a referee spotted something illegal there from the loose head forward. A prop having talking to him there, advantage and penalty to the Wolverines fly half. Fly half kicks it out. And the kick, it does indeed. Isn't it a very good touch finder? Changes are being made by the Pretoria Rugby Club to the joy and jubilation of some of their supporters. Possibly one that the fans have been awaiting to come on, and let's see if he does come on and have an impact for his Pretoria side that are behind and do not have are not in possession currently of the ball. A pick up there. It looks like the hooker who wants to take it, but no, it's a scum off who goes ahead. Oh, it does not quite find the hands of the fly half there, and you can see the frustration in his face. The scummy there just saying, "Oh, bro, I'm so sorry. It happens, bro. It happens, little guy." And that's what comes with the job, and that's what comes with being a scummy. I think I'd play scum off if I played rugby, because I think I'm quick and I'm clever like that. I think being a scrummy needs you to have that bit of intellect. So I think I make a juicy scrum half. Herschel Yankees vibes, yeah, that agile, quick, brilliant scrum half. Fed air into the scrum by the scrum half. Big shove by the Wolverines there at scrum time, and they have dominated and obliterated this Pretoria forward pack there at the scrum. Not only once, I think this has been the second occasion, and they do opt to go for goals here. Further cements that lead here. Potentially looking to take it up to a 13-0 lead. And the ball is on the right side of the pole, so it does favour the right footer that bend, but can the fly half bend it here? He is kicking a 2 against the wind, so he'll have to find that bend just in the right direction of the wind too. But that is why we love winter rugby so much. Test the fly halves, and he is indeed put up to the test here. He does show to be an A student and passes the test with the flying colours and does further cement a 13-0 lead for the Wolverines. 6 points now off the foot of that man. Really embodying what this Wolverine side does stand for, the fly half. Pretoria Rugby Club now being made to dig deep inside themselves to find a way to salvage back a way into this game. They are, though, the home side, and knowing how club rugby operates, it does favour the home side, as unfair as that may seem, but that is the nature of the beast, and it just so happens that we love the beast. That is club rugby. Looking now to play it into the scrum is the Wolverines scrummy here. Looking maybe to get another one on the try on the scoreboard. That would really bury this Pretoria Rugby Club side. Conceding another try. I think the next try will dictate the terms of this game. It can potentially add a twist or can further put it to bed. We are sponsored by World Sports Betting, so please do let us know in the comment section what do you think the outcome will be. It is World Sports Betting, and betting is a part of our lives. If I had to bet right now, I am betting on the Wolverines to take it home from this position. And they have looked like the more comfortable side here, and they are the side that have taken their opportunities, and a side that couples those deserves to go on and win. So my money here is on the Wolverines. But like I said, this is club rugby, and I will never rule anyone out in club rugby. A massive shout out and love again to our proud sponsors, World Sports Betting. Out here to the fly half. Finds there in the outside centre. Keeps a hold of the ball stronger there to the breakdown point is the outside centre. Big hit there by the flank. By the lock, apologies. Quick hands by the 8th man to fire the fly half, who finds his options out wide. Unfortunately, the fullback does knock it on, and that has been seemed to be the problem really with this Pretoria Rugby Club side this evening. That's handling error in the final third in the crucial moments. A fury of changes being rung in here by the Wolverines manager. The players are welcomed well, and they head immediately into the line-out, their replacements. Must think that he has won the game now. That's a Wolverines Rugby Club manager. Coach, my dad. Replacements scrummy here. It does look like a very small scrummy compared to the other one, but that is a distinct feature of the scrum halves. Big shove here, well contested scrum there by the Pretoria boys. I think maybe the replacement forwards not really ready yet, not really haven't kicked off yet or gotten into gear. Hence that onslaught at scrum time from the Pretoria Rugby Club. And now they do have the opportunity here to potentially salvage a try and salvage something from this game. We are live from the home ground of the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is the Pretoria Rugby Stadium, and it is the Club Rugby Easter Festival powered by World Sports Betting. On the commentary booth, my name is Tando Mchiako. advantage and a penalty to the home side here, who do look like they have just that bit of momentum now, fueling and driving their vehicle now just as they edge closer and closer to that full-time whistle, operating on the last tank here. This a Pretoria Rugby Club side. They do now have an opportunity from the lineout. I must add that the lineouts have been shocking to say the least up to this point. Can they respond now when they much needed? Yes, they can. Quick hands here. Yet again to find his 13. I beg your pardon, is his 8th man there. It is the big, strong forward, hiding forward. An advantage is still with the Pretoria Rugby Club. The opportunity now is with this side to salvage something. Supporters are urging them on, hands clapping, everyone now on the edge of their seats. Can the home side respond to what has been a dominant performance by a Wolfpack like Wolverines Rugby Club side? Supporters are urging them on. Short with the line out. Does find a Pretoria hand. Oh, Messi there. Still with the fullback is the ball. A placement scummy there. Quickly at the breakdown of points. It is that 8th man involved yet again. A sense of urgency now with this side. That fly half does find a cap there in the Wolverine defense. Just to go wide again. Oh, misses. 12 hands. Find 7's hands. And they are still operating here and looking to get onto the score sheet. Late on here in this encounter, can they respond to this call from their supporters, from their coach, urging them on here? Can the Pretoria Rugby Club equalize? Fly half. A big kick and a chase. Yeah, can they respond? Can they get there? Well met there by the Wolverine fullback. Chance now for a Wolverine to get just a little bit of breathing room, a push at this Pretoria Rugby side club back, which they do there with the kicker from the fly half, who has been excellent, I must say, thus far with his right foot. Really embodying what this Wolverine side is standing for here at the Easter Rugby, at the Club Rugby Easter Festival. Five-man line out, and they go to the middle of the line out. Advantage still with the men from Pretoria, and they look to attack quickly here. The flank is he. Called back by the referee. There is a sense of urgency now. They realize that now it is go time. It's either you go onto the train now or the train will leave you. And the train is coming at rapid speed here, this Wolverine train. Touch is the call. I mean, you can imagine at this point, I don't just need 500,000 rand, I need 1 million rand. And the point that I'm trying to prove there is that there is all to play for as we edge towards full time here at the Pretoria Rugby Club. It is currently still 13-0 in favour of the away side. but the one side will be wanting to cause problems here. Along with the line out, knocked on by the loose forward here, and the Wolverines can attack now from deep. It is that man making the run there, the replacement. The number 21 there with a big run there for the Wolverine machine, gaining such that much territory for the side. Really pushes the side back and he can bury it now for the Wolverines. Called back by the referee. The ball is still with the Wolverines, and opportunity now to bury this game and put it well under away, and unfortunately it is knocked on there. Still with the Wolverine, number 11 here, who edges towards that try line. Smaller margins now that we are talking, ladies and gentlemen. Can they dot over this Wolverine side and bury the Pretoria Rugby Club once and for all? Pick up and go by the scrummy is good, says the referee, and they do indeed put that final nail in the coffin to this Pretoria Rugby side, and it is a try for the Wolverines once again, who do establish now an 18-0 lead as we edge towards full time. The fly half, of course, with the opportunity now, of course, to extend that lead to 21. A very, very, very long way back now for the Pretoria Rugby Club. Replacements here by the Wolverines. Potentially players that didn't think that they were going to play today, but I do think that this game is well and where they and well in a way theirs. They have taken it with them. The Wolves, they have hunted as a pack and they have eaten as a pack. Opportunity now to further cement that lead. Currently 18-0, potentially a 20-0. Indeed, 20-0 says the fly half as the Wolverine machine looks now to close in on what is a very impressive victory here, or looks to be an impressive victory rather here on day one at the World Sports Spelling Club Rugby Easter Festival. The score is currently a 20-0 in favour of the travelling men of the away side of Wolverines Rugby Club. Looking to get underway quickly here. Caught well by the Wolverine lock there, who are still looking like they are a side that want to score more tries. A big run here by the replacement prop. Replacements here really looking to assert their presence in this game. Essentially looking to get starting places on a Saturday. It is the replacements now asking all of the questions. It is that man that did receive much joy and cheer from the crowd now at the line out. Long and not successful once again. And the Wolverine machine will be looking to... Oh, unfortunately, ball doesn't quite go to hand. It's knocked on at just a crucial moment. Great camaraderie there and sportsmanship between the Wolverines number 8 and his opposite number there. Scrum time again. I think it's quite evident from my commentary that scrum time is indeed my favourite time of the game. I think that's where we get to see rugby for what it is. I think speaking to a few of my friends that were that played in the hooker position at schoolboy level, they mentioned how once you are in there and you're locked in, it is a completely different world. So much can happen in there, and yeah, no, scrums are ferocious, and that is why though we love scrums. We love ferocity, and it can now the Pretoria boys bring the ferocity to their game. Off there, looking to get underway quickly. 8th man brought down. Ball to hand. Low tackle by the number 11 there from the Wolverine side. Big hit there by the replacement prop. Really asserting and establishing his footprint here in this game is the big man. Brought down there. So that was not good, the referee says. Looks like he's reaching for his pocket and he is sent to the sin bin. Illegally there, putting his hands into the ruck, and the referee says he is gone. An opportunity now for the Pretoria Rugby Club to attack quickly as we edge closer and closer to full time. They do have the men advantage, they do have the number advantage. Can they now capitalize on that number advantage? Messi there as the man is leaving the pitch. The pitch, I beg your pardon. They do have that number advantage now. Can they capitalize on it? (14v15). Advantage momentum, which will prevail. Home away. Direct paradoxes. But which paradox will have the upper hand here as we edge closer to full time? Conservative rugby supporters would tell you that it is naturally the Wolverines, but the Liberals will tell you that it is never set and done in club rugby. Pick up and go here by the big man. A sense of urgency around the stadium here as we edge towards that full-time whistle knocked on here at the pivotal moment. Turnover successful. Handling errors once again proving to be the point of demise for this Pretoria Rugby Club side. The advantage, the scrum rather, is with the Wolverines Rugby Club, and they have the opportunity now to push back this Pretoria Rugby Club side and potentially seal the deal rather. Like Stevie Wonder sings, signed, sealed, delivered. Can Wolverines Rugby Club sign, seal and deliver the victory here? Fed into the scrum of the ball. The scrum half tries to take it by himself, but the Pretoria boys are very much alert and aware of that. Clearance there is a big one. Caught and played immediately. There's a sense of urgency. We need to go and we need to go now. The train is moving and is moving at a rapid pace. The ball switches hands here. And it is a Wolverines a turnover once again. The technicalities are proving to be the difference in this game. That is where this Wolverine side has been able to take advantage in that area where the Pretoria Rugby Club have looked sloppy and have looked vulnerable. They have taken advantage of that vulnerability. And that is why they have established this 20-point lead. World Sports Betting, our sponsors. It does indeed owe me my money, as I did say that I do foresee that the Wolverines Rugby Club will take this one home. A very big thank you and shout out once again to our proud sponsors, World Sports Betting. It is the Club Rugby Easter Festival brought to you live from the heart of Pretoria, both at the Harlequins Rugby Club and at the Pretoria Rugby Club. We edge closer and closer towards full time, and the position is currently with the leaders of the away side, and they look here to kick and chase. Kick well met there by the Pretoria player, looking to form an attack of his own. Brought down eventually the Pretoria man. Numbers for Pretoria at the breakdown point. Aggressiveness for Pretoria at the breakdown point. A canner's ball. Those handling errors once again. The technical coaching team, I'm sure, must be kicking themselves. Because I'm not sure how the statistics of rugby work on the technical end of it, but from speaking to a few players, I'm sure that I've heard that the technical team counts each and every single error that is made in the game. I'm curious to know how many handling areas there were on the side of a Pretoria Rugby Club this evening. It's surely something to reflect on going into the festivities on a Saturday and a Monday. Oh, a great bit of manoeuvring there by the scrum half, able to evade a tackle. Brought a knock-on, rather, apologies, by the outside centre. Opportunity now at the brink of full time for the Pretoria Rugby Club to salvage something from this game. Kick is long, kick is good. The Wolverine Rugby Club have come here to the heart of Pretoria and really looked like a business, and they have made business. Composure now is important as we edge closer to that final whistle. Oh, knock on there by the replacements. Advantage, however, is still with the Wolverines, is still with the pack. Looking to kick it deep now is the fly half, who has been absolutely sensational this evening for this Wolverines Rugby Club side. He will be one, certainly, I think, my man of the match. The Wolverines fly half. Skillful in both his play and technical in both his ability. Skillful in his play and technical in his ability. That, I think, is what makes for a fantastic fly half. I think on a very larger scale, Andre Pollard possesses similar qualities, just on an exponentially larger scale, of course. But that's the roots of the fly half position, and he's done so absolutely phenomenally here. Oh, ball to hand. Magnetic like there, down there on the pitch. Ball is just finding hand, strictly hand. They really want to seal the deal here, this Wolverine side. And they look like a sound wild old, looking like they can seal the deal. Darting about the scrum half there, taking a bit too long there to make his decision, and needing to stall there a bit, brought down, but advantage is still with the Wolverines. Potentially go for balls at this point. Yes, that is the ask from the fly half goal polls. I'm a very contemporary child, so I know in the olden days when letters used to be written, you used to lick the edge of the letter just seal it. And that's all that us Wolverine side are looking to do now. Just lick that envelope and seal it, because the packaging inside has been written excellently and is ready to just be delivered. Seal it, seal the deal. Yeah, a reasonable distance away. It's always nice to hear a guijo in the background of rugby. I think it does give it that cultural sense. And I think our very own captain, Sia Kolisi, embodies that a lot at a Springbok level. He's always cheering, darting about, seen at festivals. I remember at the 2018 Craven Week, he was there. I think that's the last time a Craven Week was held. He was there seen singing with the boys. So rugby is really a family sport, I might add. Heritage rugby, I was told this afternoon. A ball is turned over and is with the men from Pretoria. Looking to attack quickly. Are they knocked on there once again? I wonder what might be the reason for the amount of knock-ons that we are seeing in this game, in this day's proceedings. Perhaps sides a bit nervous at the nature of such a tournament with the but you can imagine with the presence of Blue Bulls coach like Jake White, who did win the World Cup with the Springboks in 2007. You can understand that some of these players must be looking to catch the eye of a big name like that. So maybe nerves playing a role in the amount of errors that we're seeing today. I mean, it must be one heck of an opportunity knowing that a World Cup winning captain is witnessing you play rugby. I know I don't know how I would feel, but butterflies indeed must be the feeling. Scrum time here again. Possession is currently still with Wolverines, and the Wolverines indeed are still at the wheel with a 20-0 lead and advantage here as we head towards that final whistle. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, proudly brought to you by our sponsors, World Sports Betting. It is your favorite broadcasters, SEI, in the collaboration with SABC Sports. My name is Tando Mchiako. Breaking from the scrum there is the forward, is the back line. Evades and pushes his tackle there. Ball still with that man there. Very good carry there from the replacements. It is the wing here looking to cause problems. Attempted to kick there, blocked and seen by his opposite number. I think the Wolverines rugby club coach must be thinking that this is a job done. Merely confirmation at this point. Many lessons, I think, to take from this game, from the men from Pretoria, for going into Saturday's proceedings, as well as Monday. It is indeed a weekend full and jam-packed with club rugby. Scrummy there. Breaks, finds the fly half, who finds his outside centre, looking to break further to get that victory here. The great hands there by the fly half to prevent that ball from going out there. Skillful play by the young man there. It was going to be knocked on by the number 2-3. It looks like it was a hooker or the prop, but it was well saved there by the number 13, looking still very energetic after an emphatic performance that he has put in for this Wolverine side here this evening. We are live again from Saturday. And there's a scrum off there with the ball. Pushes forward the flank. Men there, numbers is the name of the game at that point for the Wolverines. Running himself a bit into traffic is the fly half here, opting to go into the place where the men are. Not so much the space. A big hit there from the number 18. Recovered here. Ref gets involved there in the proceedings a bit as the scrum half has to clear. Possession is indeed still the Wolverines Rugby Club. A ref caught one of the players there, I think, to have a talking to. I think the words right now in that huddle is, boys, keep it calm heads, we've got this, and let us just bury it. Probably maybe speaking to his forward pack about the more strategies, who is going to get the ball exactly, maybe a specific tactic being adopted here, just to finally put this game to bed. But that doesn't quite go to plan. Still with the Wolverine is the ball. Advantage Wolverine, says the referee. There you see that the passion and the aggressiveness of club rugby. The flanker getting well oiled up and well drilled there. Nothing nice. I think that's quite satisfying as seeing a player all fired up after a scrum. Fierce rugby that rocks. Looking to put it now into the scrum is the replacement scrum half, who has had a very decent game up till this point, till coming on, has had a positive impact, has been involved in everything good for this Wolverine side. Can now he cap his good performance off here with a late grasp try. A dummy attempt there by the fly half, doesn't quite go as he would have wanted it. Well spotted by the Pretoria defense, who I do think turn it over. Yes, they do here. Advantage still to Pretoria, who kick it out desperately. Wow. They are being put under an immense amount of pressure here. Really upholding against this Wolverine onslaught. Big shot from the Wolverines, from the pack, from the forward pack, and the scrum half here looks to make a run on his own, finds his winger who dots down in the corner for a try for the Wolverines. I think absolutely annihilating and making sure that their victory is theirs. Truly confirmation. A great play by the scummy there to make the run and find his winger out wide, who dots down in the corner to further establish their lead. It is currently 25 in favor of the Wales side. Patience in their build-up there, and that patience did in turn lead to a try, and I think they have absolutely clinched the proceedings here and in the penultimate game on the first day of the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival, powered and sponsored by World Sports Betting. Not much pressure, I think, on the fly half's shoulder now. Merely a practice, I think. But I won't lie. I'm saying a practice, but the level of professionalism at this level is absolutely immaculate. And they do draw the proceedings to an end here at the Pretoria Rugby Club, and it is the Wolverines Rugby Club that come out on top against the home side, the Pretoria Rugby Club, in what was a emphatic and enthralling penultimate game here at the first day of proceedings. It is the visitors that come away with all the points and the spoils. They were the team that looked more lively, they were the team that wanted it more, and as we have seen so much in club rugby, it is the side that wants it more that gets it more, and it was the Wolves that hunted and chased in a pack that eventually did eat and feast as a pack. For tonight, that will be all the proceedings. Please do join us again on Saturday from 6 o'clock from the Harlequins Rugby Stadium. It is the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Easter Festival from the commentary booth. My name is Tando Michiako. Until next time.